Okay. For the record, I am recording,
Hi,
and
YouTubers.
can I just get get everyone to just say like their first name and say that they're okay with being recorded while we play the game?
This is
J-
Eric. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, this is
It's
Ray. I'm
Ken. I'm
okay
okay
with
with
it.
that.
This is Kenny. I'm okay with that.
I am Katie, and I am okay with that.
I can't hear you.
Hello.
Barely.
No.
This is Scott, and I am great with that. As long as I don't have to listen to myself speak.
and,
Right.
and this is Jeff, and obviously I'm okay with that considering I'm the one recording. That's just kind of a CYA for myself. That way I don't, come back 6 months from now and get sued by someone. But okay. First of all, welcome to Sins the Makers. Um, Give me a second while I pull up my notes. Okay. First of all, let's kind of go around. Everyone, just what kind of experience do you have with D&D? Is this like your first time playing the pen and paper slash virtual tabletop, or have you played PC games or any other version of D&D before? Basically, I'm trying to find out how much.
I'll
What
kick us
this is
off.
gonna be.
This is Eric. I have played the online MMO D&D, and I think when I was very young, we cracked open some books and looked at them for a little bit, but that's about all the extent I have with D&D.
I have never played it, and I have never looked in books, and I have never never done any of it. So I am brand new.
Oh, you're gonna fall in love with it.
Welcome to the group, and just think weird thoughts and say, "Yeah, my character can do that," even though half the time they can't.
I
Don't
do
listen
play
to Kenny.
well with Scott. So
You can call me Sky in here, by all means, please.
Oh, then
okay, because I'm like I do
you're
not
half the
know
battle.
how to say
They
that.
they all know me as Sky.
Okay, that's good because I can't call you Scott. It's weird.
As a matter of fact, I don't call him, can't call him Scott either. People say Scott, I'm like, who?
I didn't even know his name for like, and I think until I got him on Facebook, I was like, "What? You have a real name?" Like, no, that's not okay with me.
See here, my D&D experience was buying video games in, I want to go with 1989, 90-ish, loading them up without my mother's approval, her finding out, deleting them, and trashing them, and
Yeah.
then skip forward till when I was on the circus, and one of the guys on the circus wanted to get a group together, and we started playing 3.5 through the books, and that lasted about, I want to say 3 or 4 months, with maybe total of like 4, 5, maybe 6 sessions, and then it broke apart because um, two of our players, their parents would not allow them to come anymore. Uh, and then all the way up until our packed game started, whenever it did, like 4.5-ish years ago.
December 17th.
Yeah, I
Wow,
can
that's
completely
more than
relate to that. That was same thing. My mom was like totally against it. Couldn't play it. She thought demons popped out when you open the books and all that stuff.
Yeah, I made the mistake of telling my sister one time that I wanted to play a D&D game. Boy, did I didn't hear the end of that for a month.
Started out playing, this is Ken. Mine, I started back in high school playing Rift on the weekends. And then I stopped playing, once I graduated. About a year later, my brother-in-law introduced me to Dungeons and Dragons and played that for about a year and a half. And then I played WoW and other online games like Diablo with my dad or with Jeff or just online for about 5 years. And then nothing. And then back about 2 years ago, started playing with Jeff again, World 20.
This is Ken H, and I've been playing for a short time, but I'm involved in 2 games.
Yeah,
Kind
he
of back, kind of background for everybody involved. I've known Katie since high school, and her husband Eric for feels like forever as well.
19 years.
Long. Wow, I feel old, but hey, at least I'm not as old as Eric.
we're not that old. Come on.
Oh,
And for y'all, for Eric and Katie, Ken is Kenny's father, and Ray, who has pretty much been silent, is Jeff, which is White, his dad.
I'm just waiting my turn.
Don't get used to that.
What?
Huh? What?
Now it's your turn, Dad.
Okay, fine. Actually, I got interested in strategy board games back in the late 60s, 1960, that is. And, started playing anytime I could, anywhere I could. Started building my own collection of games. I have, I don't know, probably 100 board games, maybe more, between Avalon Hill and TSR and a couple other brands. But
Which, by the
lot,
way, were precursors to Wizards of the Coast.
yeah, okay, that's correct. And well, along in I'm going to say it was 90. I really got my first taste of gaming, on computers. And Jeff and I started out with a 386 with 40 megs of RAM. And we thought there was no way that was going to be too big. There's no way we would ever fill it. But you know how that changed. But pardon us for having dogs. They just won't shut up. Just a second.
Sorry about that.
it's no problem.
Okay, I closed the door, so maybe it'll not reverberate quite so much. Let's see. We started out, like I said, with the 386, and our first big game, or big for us, was Krondor. What was it called, Jeff?
Betrayal at Krondor.
Betrayal at Krondor, yes. And that was so big that it almost took up all the hard drive. And it was just a huge game for that time. And then we went on and played that. And as soon as I could, I got a 486, and then kept going like that. Now we have, well, they aren't too bad. What are our computers now, Jeff? They're uh, was it 5i and
Something like
7i
that.
or
Something
6i,
something like
something
that.
like that, yeah. And we've got 16 gigabytes of RAM, so it's a little bit bigger than it was to start with. But then we started out. Well, I guess I started out with Baldur's Gate back, I don't know, what, 15 years ago, and just played the heck out of that. And Jeff got a hold of it, and he didn't want to give it back.
What can I say? It's a good game.
Yeah, and we've just gone on from there. We're members of Good Old Games, and they have we've got over 400 games there, and play all sorts of things. So there's that. We started out, my first sortie into D&D, other than games like Baldur's Gate that use those rules but didn't really penalize you for not doing it quite right, was the game, that one we're still playing now, that Pact of the Lich, which, as Jeff said, we started in December of 2017, and we've played several games since then. And in fact, right now we're in that one and one other, and we just got killed in a third one, and now we're starting this game. So a lot of variety. I'm not anywhere near as committed to learning all the stuff that Jeff and Sky do, and not only them, Bo, I guess, is in that same boat. They spend all their time, or a lot of their time, learning all the stats and memorizing them. And I'm just not built that way. But it's been an interesting time, and I've got lots and lots of games, and I play a lot of games, and I'll do my best not to screw it up too bad. We'll see how it goes. And so I think I've about worn out my welcome. So let's find out about this Sins of the Makers and see if we can play that too.
Well, my name's Jeff. Most of you have heard that already. Most people call me White, which is short for Whiteheart, which is a pseudonym that I've gone with most of my online gaming. I'll answer to just about anything. Just yeah. I first started with D&D games. I've been interested in them for a while, or since I was a little boy, and obviously it was a big no for my sister, so I never really got a chance to get into any of them. But once I was old enough to tell my sister to go suck an egg, I got into Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale, which are computer games, PC games. Absolutely loved those. And the first tabletop or pen and paper game that I've been able to play was here on Roll20 back in October-ish of 17. And as soon as I got the hang of Roll20, I started looking for people to start DMing for, and that's how I got the Pact of Lich game together. And so far that's worked out pretty well, and I've DM'd for a number of other games. I've been lucky enough to have Sky willing to DM another game for me as well, so I get to play occasionally on top of DMing all the games. And yeah, D&D is my main hobby. Some things about... Well, first of all, it's nice to meet everyone and glad to hear that we've got obviously some veterans, and really excited to teach Katie about the whole world of D&D. Hoping she gets as sucked into it as the rest of us have. But that being said, while not all D&D games are this way, this is a homebrew world of my own making. It is based on a novel that I have been tossing around in my head for, 15 years. One day I might actually get it written down and hopefully sell it for millions and millions of dollars and be super rich, but we'll see about that.
And then when you hit a millionaire, billionaire status, you'll look at the bank account, have a heart attack, and it'll all be, well, crap.
Yeah.
Well, that is cool. This is an all original.
Morbid, jeez.
Very cool.
Yeah. One thing that I need to say is there is some pretty dark content, including the subject of discrimination, depending on which characters or which races you guys choose as your characters. You will be subject to discrimination, ranging anywhere from dirty looks to flat-out violence. There are also some other dark content, such as one of the gods, one of the deities in this world, literally has some very chauvinistic views of women. And in that religion, rape is actually considered a normal thing. And I realize that can be bad for some people, and if any of you have any issues with that kind of content, no, I won't, be describing, sexual acts or anything like that. But, such things will definitely be implied to be happening, off screen, so to speak. So, if that kind of thing is a problem, I would appreciate you guys speaking up now, and I'll tone that kind of thing down significantly. If you're not comfortable saying something in front of the group, feel free to contact either myself or Sky through whispers, and I will make sure to tone that kind of thing down. But if you're okay with that kind of stuff, keep in mind it is all in game, it is in character, it is not the way I feel personally. I'm just the intent of this is to put a lot of tension and basically put the players out of their comfort zones. So, does anyone have anything they want to say about that stuff?
Well, I'm not going to speak for on behalf of anybody else, but I'm okay with that.
I know you've thought about this world really well, and you're making it as real as possible, not as kid friendly as possible. And so I'm definitely okay with it. But if I do understand if somebody needs to, whether background or whatever, needs to be tamed down or something.
I'm fine as long as y'all are fine with me saying shut up if it gets too bad.
Good for it.
Yep. I'm okay with it.
All
Again, it's
y'all,
only a game.
all y'all know me. I'm a pervert, so whatever.
I don't have any problem with it. If you cross paths with some of the people in the other games, there's a couple of them who think I'm a prude, but it isn't really true. It's just that I don't care to speak in those terms. Doesn't mean I'm not aware that it happens.
Okay, and this bar is negotiable. So if things do become uncomfortable for anyone in the future, feel free to say something to either myself or Sky, and I can alter how I approach things. I want to follow the darker path of things, but still have all my players comfortable with the content that's being presented. I don't want to trigger anyone, and I don't want to throw anyone too far out of their comfort zones. Although it is actually intended to put you out of your comfort zones, but that's there is too far. Okay, hearing that everyone seems to be okay with that kind of content, let's go ahead with some homebrew rules that I have. In 5th edition, one of the rules for when you are knocked prone, or basically knocked off your feet, is it takes half of your movement to stand up from being prone. I think this actually penalizes faster characters, which seems backwards to me. So I've just made that it takes 10 feet of your movement to stand up from prone. I think that is more in line with the intent of the rule as opposed to the way it's written out. In addition,
Can you repeat that for me?
what's that?
Can you repeat that for me?
Yeah, in 5th edition, when you're knocked off your feet, it takes half your movement to stand up. So if your movement rate is 30 per round, it would take 15 to stand up. You'd only be able to move 15 that round. Whereas the rule that I'm going by, it's just a flat 10 for everyone. Because if you think about it, if your movement is 30, okay, that's
Gotcha.
fine. You stand up, it's 15. But if you're one of the faster characters where your movement is 50, you stand up, that costs you 25 to stand up. But a faster character, it seems to me that they would be able to stand up faster.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
No, that makes
So-
perfect sense.
So I just changed it to a flat 10 feet of movement to stand up because it just makes more sense to me that way.
So if you typically have 35 feet, now you have 25 feet that you can move after you stand up. If you typically have 25 feet, now you have 15 feet.
Exactly. Not to mention with the half thing, those classes that have an odd number of feet, like 25, 35, whatever, as opposed to straight 30 or whatever, makes it more difficult because then you got like 2.5 feet of movement where the movement is blocked out in fives. It just, you waste movement that way. So it actually costs you more than half, which again just doesn't make sense to me. So 10 feet movement to stand up from prone.
And Crawford.
Right? Um, as far as using potions, in 5th edition, using a potion takes an action. But I am changing that to a bonus action. My reasoning behind this is it really sucks to be this great and mighty paladin or great and mighty fighter, and you're up trying to swing that great sword and do as much damage as possible. Only you need to take a potion this round because your health's just a little bit low. So you take a potion, regain 8 health, and that's the end of your turn. That just feels wrong. So, yeah, I've made it the bonus action, so you can still swing that sword. You just get a little bit extra health for your bonus action. Or, whatever the potion does.
Great.
What's that?
Great.
Okay. As far as crit damage is concerned, the way 5e handles it is when you roll a crit, which is rolling a 20 on the d20 for your attack. The damage you do is the normal damage you roll plus an additional die. Plus you roll an additional die. So, as an example, if you are using a longsword, you would roll 1d8 plus your strength modifier as the normal damage, and then you'd roll an additional 1d8 for the crit. The way I do crit damage now is you would again, for the damage using the longsword, you'd roll a 1d8 plus your strength modifier, and then for the crit, you just get a flat 8. It's the max on the die. Because nothing sucks more than getting a crit and rolling 2 ones. So, it tries to balance out the crit damage a little bit more to make it feel a little more crit.
Epic.
Yeah, epic, I guess. Just keep in mind that everything that you guys can do, the enemies can do as well. So they get that bonus as well.
That include falling, or not falling, but death saves.
That's attacks.
Yeah, that's...
Hey, if we kill the guy, does he get saving throws?
Oh, no, I see what you're asking. No, the enemies don't usually have saving throws unless it's unless I just randomly decide to give the enemy saving throws. Usually I won't do that unless it's an NPC or something that has significance to the story. But most of the enemies that you guys run into aren't going to have saving throws.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, well, death saving throws, I'm sorry. And one of the last ones on my list are resurrections. Most of you haven't had to deal with these. At least not very many, or very much. But when you do resurrections, as far as 5e is concerned, you cast a spell, use the resources to bring the character back. The way I do it is to make it feel a little more unsure. Just because you're casting a spell, spending those resources, doesn't necessarily mean the person is going to come back. There is a kind of a ceremony that I like to do where basically you start out with a basic DC or difficulty score for bringing that character back to life. And the DC is increased depending on how many times that person has been killed. But you guys can gain bonuses by up to 3 of you can add something to this ceremony to encourage the person to be brought back to life, or to come back to encourage that player's soul to come back to their body. Whether it's some sort of RP something or other, whether you're sacrificing additional spell slots to increase the chance, or basically be creative with it. The more creative you are, the more RP there is to it, the more more bonus you might get. And then once all the bonuses have been accounted for, I get the final DC, and then I roll. I do a hidden roll so that you guys don't know whether or not it passes, and then I describe whether or not the person is revived. It may end up being going to a conversation with the person to find some other way of doing it. It may just be that person just doesn't come back. It all kind of depends on the role and how we RP it. Apparently,
Sounds real and enjoyable.
I don't think Ken and Ken have had to deal with that yet. I don't think they've had to bring anyone back.
Nope, haven't.
Nope, we nearly died.
Yeah, I know that my dad and Sky have both seen that. As a matter of fact, Sky can attest that they don't always come back. His character was actually killed, and the role for his resurrection actually failed. But he found another way to be rezzed. So
I pissed off a goddess that was trying to pull me down into the depths of her chaotic crap.
yeah,
That sounds like something you would do.
right. So just because you die doesn't necessarily mean it's all over. There might be other ways for you to return. It might make changes to your character you never thought would happen. So,
And for sake of argument on that point, Sky was never going to be a paladin. And I was thinking, oh, we're going to do this, and I'm a ranger, and I am going to probably go into rogue a little bit, and then maybe we'll see if I do a third subclass or not. Never did I in a million years think paladin, but because of this whole transition, it just was a perfect fit because of what happened and how it happened.
yeah, so he went from planning on a ranger rogue to becoming a ranger paladin. And it was awesome.
And I'm absolutely loving it now.
Okay. One of there's really only one spell that I um prefer not to be used from the spell lists. At least the ones I'm aware of. There's been a whole lot of new spell lists recently that I haven't actually looked through. But it's the wish spell. I believe it's a 8th or ninth level spell. It's an arcane spell. Basically, it has the power to the completely change reality. And honestly, I with all the stuff that I put into this world, I don't have the brain power to completely change it because a character worded a wish spell weirdly. It's just not. I don't have it in my head. It's just not there. So I would rather you guys not use that spell. There is another way to use the spell. Basically, you can cast it, and then it lets you mimic the effects of any other spell that you know or something like that. So using it that way, sure, fine, whatever, that's fine. It's just when it comes to altering the reality of the game, if I let you do it, I promise you I will make you very sorry you made that wish. I will make sure that it backfires on you very badly.
The wish spell in particular is a very DM regulated spell, anyways. And if you do not, the way that it typically would work in a normal game, if it was not already outlawed, I outlawed it in my game as well because it is just asinine. But if you have to be extremely, very particularly precise on exactly what you want and think about it 100% and be perfectly good, because if there is any way when you cast a spell for something to be taken out of context, the DM is allowed to do that. It is just like if you were to make a wish with a genie, and you go, "I wish to be the richest person in the world," and 20 minutes later, the law officers are knocking on your door because you have $10 trillion sitting in your living room, and it came from all the banks, and although you are the richest person, there's also evidence that you stole it all.
Yeah, so
It's the gen trap.
yeah, there will definitely be consequences for using that spell as a wish. So yeah, I will make sure it backfires on you. So I guess if you really want to use it, go for it. As far as
It's the waste of a slot.
yeah, and could possibly be the waste of your character's life. But it could make for some interesting dynamics, I suppose. Suddenly your party goes from heroes to villains. Anyway, as far as leveling is concerned, I don't. You don't level through XP. Basically, it's what I guess what the book calls milestone leveling, and basically you level when I say you guys are ready to level. It'll usually happen when you guys have reached certain points in the narrative, or if I feel like it's been way too long since you've last leveled, something like that, I'll just throw you out a level. I have to say that Sky will probably have to keep me on track because there was a time frame in Pact of the Lich, I believe it was about, was it 9 months long, where I completely forgot to let everyone level. Was it that?
I'm pretty sure it was like 13.
Oh,
And
that's
granted,
right.
you were in the hospital for part of that time, but still.
Yeah, it was a very long time frame where I neglected to let them level, and I feel terrible about that. And
And we won't let him live it down either.
no, no, they don't. Every time they level, they're like, "Oh, come on, it's only been 2 months," or it's. And then every time I ask him if we've leveled in his game, he says, "No, it's you still have
Hasn't been
another
13 months yet.
12 months left." So yeah, there's that. Um, Also another thing, Sky and I have kind of partnered up and are trying to run our games very similar. So one thing that we have noticed. Pardon me. One thing that we've noticed is some of the players, they get excited and they know that the DM is going to ask for a specific kind of roll, whether it be a stealth check or a perception check or whatever. Is wait until the DM asks you to roll before you roll.
He's
Because
talking about me, everybody.
No, no,
no,
not.
you're not the only one. And I have to admit, I have fallen into that trap as well. Especially when I'm doing something and I'm just trying to help Sky out, as his player, trying to make things easier, and I'll roll a couple of things before I even say that I want to do it, and yeah,
And vice versa. I do the same thing in the packed game.
yeah,
Um, when coming up on my watch, I know that I'm going to try and hide, and I know that I'm going to try and perceive my surroundings, and I know that he's going to ask, and I'm like just hovering over. I'm like, I really want to click, but he hasn't asked me yet. I really want to click. Um, but it's one of those things to think about as far as mechanically speaking. Um, Anything that we are role playing in the game, the dice are basically a mechanical part of that as to what's going to happen. So it's not that, um, like some people think, hey, I am going to stealth. Not that you are going to stealth, it is that you are going to try and hide based on your surroundings. And I would like, or in this case, White would like, you to roll a stealth check to see how well you hid. It's not, oh, well, I'm going to roll a stealth check because I'm trying to stealth, and then you see that you got a 2 on your roll, and you go, oh, maybe I don't want to. No, no, that was the mechanics of you trying to hide. It already happened.
yeah. Like, try and clarify that a little more. You say you want to stealth up and do something. That's fine. You go ahead and do that. But by the time you roll, you've already done the stealthing and the looking. So it's you can't be like, okay, well I got a 2, I'm not gonna do that. It's I got a 2, okay, well I apparently didn't do that very well. It's already done. You're just rolling to see how well you did it. Which in some cases it's a little difficult for some people to remember that, yeah, that's the way it works. It's really easy just to say, oh well, I rolled a 1 on my stealth check. I'm not gonna go sneaking around. That's unfortunately not the way it works.
Game a chance, and all odds are in the dice.
But are they ever in your favor?
I was thinking about that when I said that.
Sometimes they are. Not always. Um, and I think the last one is back to the crits and damaging. There are some spells that when you cast them, the enemy has to do a saving throw. and if they pass, they either don't take any damage in the case of cantrips, or they take half damage. However, if the change to the rule is that if they roll a nat 1, as in do a critical failure on that saving throw, they will take double damage. So, say you're trying to use fireball. Fireball is a good example. It requires a dexterity saving throw from the enemy. Enemy rolls, meets the DC. They take half damage. If they fail the DC, they take full damage. If they get a nat 1 on their saving throw, and you rolled a 38 for your damage, they would actually take, what was that, 70,
78.
76, I think, actually.
66?
I thought you said 39.
I don't know, whatever the number is. They basically they take double.
If he said 39,
I
it's
don't even
78.
I don't even remember what number I said. So
Through math.
We got it.
Okay, I do have one question.
yeah,
On, you know how you do attack rolls of 20, you get your regular roll plus a full die of whatever that roll was supposed to be, right?
yes,
Well, what about on negative ones? If you do a negative one or a one, a nat one on that, is that your next turn? You're at a disadvantage.
no. I don't like to do the critical fail thing with attacks
Okay.
because I was playing that way with the Pact of the Lich game to start with, and there were only so many times I could, the players could shoot themselves in the foot. I mean, they were just rolling way too many ones, and I swear they took more damage from themselves than they did
No,
from
no,
the enemy.
I didn't say you roll a die for that. I really
What do
meant,
you mean?
hey, I swung my sword. I swung so far out of alignment that the next time I go to swing it, I've got to get back into alignment. So when you roll, you normally have.
Yeah,
Uh,
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but I just, I mean, if you guys really wanted to use critical fail charts, I can go and get one, but I usually just don't bother.
okay, no problem.
Take the win that you can get, Kenny. Because in my game,
Okay.
I'm still going to do the nat 1 stuff. Not going to be harsh, because pains of the beginning of Pact, but but I just think it's funny that either you drop a weapon or you you try and hit one enemy, and it ends up hitting a different enemy, or you accidentally hit one of your other players and damages them for 1 point. I'm not going to be like, hey, you missed, and you cut them for 16 points of damage and they only had 14, and you just took down your own. Yeah, that's messed up.
Oh, so no beheading your buddies?
No, no beheading
I
your
mean,
buddies.
unless you are trying specifically to do that, but
Oh, that's another good example. Thank you, Sky. I don't like
Uh-oh.
PvP. If you guys get into a situation where you absolutely think you need to PvP something, I beg of you, find some way to talk it out, because I really don't like the idea of those characters fighting characters.
Unless you take them over.
What do you mean?
Possess.
unless the DM takes us over as a vampire might
Oh, gotcha.
charm someone.
Like a possession or something. Well, even then, I put that in your guys' hands. If you get possessed or charmed or whatever, I let you continue to play your character. You're just basically, I tell you, um, I'll give you an order. Like, there was a time I had Sky Charmed in Pact of the Lich, and I basically just said, yeah, try to kill your friends. And he spent, what, like 6 rounds beating the crap out of the other players and running away, sniping and getting out of line of sight. And yeah, he was playing his character like he would against the enemy, only it was playing against his friends. And it turned out
I'm
really
an
fun.
asshole.
Yeah, we won't even mention the time that he literally spent 6 months in real time as a doppelganger trying to um, basically screw over his entire party. But yeah, that was fun. We've had some interesting memories in that game. And I'll try to help create as many of those same memories in this one. Well, similar memories, not the same ones. Okay, all of that being said, there will be a test. I'm just kidding. Um, all that being said, does anyone have any questions? Need me to repeat anything? Have any comments you wish to share? Want to tell me to
I
shut
mean,
up?
everything you said sounds like common sense as far as like it makes sense that the rules that you're putting in place. I don't know anything about the rules themselves, so I'm sure of it'll make more sense as we get into it. So
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
And if you ever have questions, let us know. And I keep White on his toes, and I also help White with the game, and he does the same for me. Um, so if there's something that needs to be said, if White doesn't think about it, I'll say something, or vice versa. If you're not sure how to do something, ask me or White, and we'll help you. If I don't know what it is, I'd like to think that I know Roll20 back and forth, but I am nowhere close to White, so I don't know it. We'll get White involved and figure it out.
Yeah, pretty much. Sky is my assistant, and I'm his assistant, so you got questions, either one of us, probably pretty good chance we'll figure it out. Um, does anyone else have anything about all of that they want to mention or ask about or comment on? I will take the crickets as a no.
Sorry, kid was talking to us.
explaining to
Oh,
him why he probably wouldn't want to play this. It's not a graphic game. You're not going around chopping people's heads off with swords in a game with visual 3D graphics.
ah, I didn't catch the name, but I'm assuming you're talking about a child.
He's 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would advise against it, but if you guys want to, we can talk
No,
about
no,
letting him join. You're like, nope.
no.
I
Okay.
told him that if there's a kid one at some point, maybe he can do it, but he'd get bored anyways, so.
Ah, okay. How old is he?
10.
Ah, okay.
Definitely not a game for him.
Yeah, no, he plays WoW with us, but and he plays his own games, but yeah, not so much.
Okay. Um. Okay, I believe that being said, we are ready to actually go over the world itself.
Woohoo!
Okay, I have to admit, my little blurb for this is not all that great. I went over it, or kind of started writing it last night at 4:30. I was half asleep. I think I literally fell asleep while writing it, so, fell asleep sitting up at my keyboard kind of thing. So, it may not be the greatest.
Just skip over the drool marks.
Just skip over the what marks?
Drool marks.
Oh, but it adds character. Come on. Okay.
When I opened the door and I was on my computer a second looking at something from Aldi's, right? Who's out there meowing like hurry up and get out? He's never done that before.
Okay. Okay. Let's give Eric a chance to return before I get into this.
He's a pop fiend.
No problem. Um. Yeah, we'll just give him a minute here.
He's back.
That was quick, Melvin.
I just had to get up. I'm good to go.
Well, you got that. I'll just say, normally for those that haven't played this, or with White or with Sky, normally our games, if they start at 6 o'clock, we'll have an 8 o'clock break for about 15 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, but don't be afraid to step away if you need to. It's usually not critical. It's one of the advantages of recording.
Especially if you have a wireless headset in a small house. Oh,
Yeah. That's another good thing to bring up. Thanks, Kenny. Is the 6 to 10 on Friday evenings, is that good for everyone? Did you guys have a time frame that would work better for you?
No, that works fine for me.
that'd be 7-Eleven for y'all.
Okay.
They must be in my time frame. It's okay with me.
Okay. Okay. So, I have not actually named this world yet, which I actually didn't realize until last night. You know, this world has been bouncing around in my head for probably 10, 15 years, and I just realized last night I never actually named it. But dwarves and humans are the dominant races, and the relations between them are strained at best. While not in open conflict, there have been skirmishes between smaller militias who don't represent the governments of these two great races. The tension between them is palpable, and it would only take a spark to ignite the powder keg, sending the entire region into all-out war. To make matters worse, orc raids have been more frequent and more organized. Archivists believe the hordes are readying to invade civilized lands, as historically they are overdue. That's just basic on the political structure of what you're doing, or of what the game at the moment. Basically, dwarves and humans, main races. Other typical races are halflings, gnomes. There are elves, but they're very rare, almost mythological. That being said, if you know arcane magics, it's probably because you were born with them, such as a sorcerer. You have them from another worldly entity, such as a warlock, or you studied with an elf, such as a wizard or an ard. If you know arcane magics, somehow you learned it from an elf, for the most part, because elves are where most of that stuff comes from. But again, they're very rare, It's not to say you can't be one, but you'll definitely be getting looks, and yeah, they're rare. Um, Most of the other races are just not as common. For the most part, halflings and gnomes would be normal. Half elves would be basically be assumed to be human, unless they actually notice here slightly pointed ears. Any of the monstrous races, you're definitely going to see discrimination. Anywhere from dirty looks to being attacked on sight. So you might want to consider that with your when you're choosing races. As far as the start location, you'll be starting in Iron Axe Clan Hall, which is the capital of the Dwarven race, Dwarven people. And I'm not saying that being human or a monstrous race will definitely get you killed, but there's definitely going to be some other hoops you'll have to go through, especially starting there. There's one.
So are you saying it's best that we be a dwarf starting out?
I am not going to say that because I have run the started to run this game for another group, which I've actually stopped at this point because they couldn't get the scheduling right. But one of their characters actually started as a lizard man, and he managed to make it work for him. And one of the other characters was actually a human that was taken in by dwarves. She was her character was a human who was raised by dwarves. So I'm not going to say it's best to be a dwarf. I'm just saying that keep that in mind when choosing your race. That's all. There's one additional homebrew class that I've been working on for this. I call it a chosen, and basically it is a character who has literally been chosen by one of the deities. Basically as their conduit for their will on the prime material plane. So they have a lot of different abilities and things that come from that. There's currently the plan is to have a martial subclass, a caster subclass, and a utility subclass. I've currently got the martial, and the martial subclass is finished, and the utility subclass is like 95% finished. Somebody in the party has already chosen to be the utility subclass. So whether or not you want to mess with that or not is your prerogative. Just come talk to me about it, and we can discuss it. Otherwise, there are numerous other classes for you to choose from. Like I said, you'll be starting in Iron Axe Clan Hall. So, in your backstory, consider things as consider as to why you're in this clan hall. Whether it's maybe you're there looking for work, you're there as a diplomat, maybe you're there to buy the fine dwarven arms or armor. Maybe you're there to sell the inferior human stuff, or some other reason you're thinking of, or you thought of. Be creative with it.
Sorry, AFK.
Okay. I've discussed all this stuff with him already, so. Um, let's see. If you do decide to choose a dwarf as a player, or as your race, um, there are 3 clans for you to come from. The Iron Axe clan, Steelhammer clan, or Stonefist clan. Um, the Iron Axe clan is the largest, most noble of the 3. They're known all across the land for superior weapons and armor crafted by their master smiths. With them, there's a very heavy military vibe. Um, Warriors and smiths are very highly respected. Um, their armies are considered some of the best in the world. For the Steelhammer clan, it's basically the Scholar clan. There's a very heavy religious vibe. They're known for architecture and massive underground catacombs attached to the clan halls, filled with books and scrolls and other scholarly pursuits. Um, they're known more so as scholars, researchers, clerics, priests. The clerics and priests are very highly respected in that clan. And the third clan is the Stonefist clan. It's kind of the outcast clan. And those from the Stonefist clan don't really fit into proper dwarven society. Might include monks, rangers, sorcerers. All of those would be forced into the Stonefist clan. They are, however, very well known for their spies and stealth experts. Also, any paladins, in addition to choosing your deity doesn't necessarily have to be oath related. But well, everyone in the party needs to have a specific deity that they relate to. Not necessarily follow, but just one that they relate to. Basically, the one, if you're about to get killed and you decide to start praying, that's the one you pray to. And I will go over deities a little later. But the paladins specifically, they need to choose a patron deity, and they also need to choose one of 2 orders. The Order of the Sacred Rose, they're dedicated to helping those in need, charity workers, social workers, chaplains, healers, things like that, would be from the Order of the Sacred Rose. And there's also the Order of Bladed Virtue, and they're dedicated to upholding the law, defending churches and temples, seekers of justice. Basically, they're law enforcement soldiers, bounty hunters, that kind of thing.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Those 2 orders, it's one that you choose. You probably would start working around level 5 or so, working towards one or the other. It will involve proving yourself to the order, basically following or passing a test to join, and it will include basically some tenets that you need to uphold. And claiming yourself as one of the orders without having basically followed the test and being accepted into the order is basically, if you see a paladin from that order and you're pretending to be from that order, they're gonna fight you. They're gonna hunt you down. Yeah, I guess. Any questions?
Not as of yet.
That didn't sound very excited. You sound almost disappointed. Is there something I said that you don't like?
No, I'm just getting inside the house.
Ah, okay. Um, so does anyone else have any questions or comments or?
I've been asking Sky my questions
Oh,
while you've been talking.
okay.
I don't have any questions yet.
Me either. Oh,
Okay. Um. Okay. As far as scheduling our next game or our session one, I was thinking I would give you guys until the 4th. That would be not next week, but the week after that, to get your characters made. I mean, if everyone is ready next week with characters and everything, which I doubt you guys will be, because it never works that well.
I'm ready.
Actually, are you actually fully ready? I mean,
I am. Of course I am. You know I am. I've been ready
okay.
for this shit for 3 months.
I actually have. You couldn't have been because I. I'm not even finished with your character yet.
I've got through like level 7, so I'm ready for a level 1 character.
Oh, okay. Um.
Are we gonna? Is this something that we have to figure out how to generate these characters ourselves? I kind of thought we were doing that together, but that's do we do that separate?
We can go over that here in a minute. Um. Hold on to that thought, Eric. Don't let me forget. Um. Basically, I was thinking we could have our first session on the 4th, Friday the 4th. It's a week from, well, 2 weeks from today. And then we just continue every Friday going forward. Um, there's something else I was going to say about that.
Schedule conflicts in Discord.
I'm sorry, say it again?
Schedule conflicts in Discord.
Oh, that too. If you look in Discord, if you scroll up on the channel side, there is a schedule conflicts channel. If you click on it, you should be able to... Oh, that one's already been... Shouldn't be there anymore. You should be able to write any messages in there that you... any days that you can't make it, you can't make it someday, just type it in there. You've got a date night or whatever. Just type it in there. Let us know. Preferably with as much warning as possible. Once it's been seen by either Sky or myself, we'll go ahead and check it with a thumbs up or something. And we'll do what we can to schedule around it. As far as playing with missing players, I'm okay if we play missing one character, one of the players, but once we're missing two, I try to reschedule or just cancel that session. Basically, I just, with too many people missing, it just makes it very difficult to balance combat. And if it's a lot of RP, then a lot of people are missing different different parts of the RP, and it can be confused keeping people on track with, oh well, this conversation was had last week when you weren't here, and this conversation was had a month ago when you weren't here, and all that. So
I'm going to cut in real quick, Jeff. Sorry. For those that missed, I mean, I missed before, but it is the responsibility of the person missing to actually watch the video once Jeff posts it. so that they keep up with what has happened while they were gone.
Yes. That was actually the next thing I was going to say. Um, it might be to your benefit to subscribe to my channel so that you can. Well, I guess it's my benefit as well, but might be to your benefit to subscribe to my channel so you know when the new videos are posted. I almost always post it just after the session, but I have to admit there are times when I stop the session and I'm just wiped, so I'll lay down or go off and do something else and completely space it. So it may be a day or two, but if you subscribe, you'll at least know when the videos are posted. Yeah. Um, I can't remember what I was gonna say earlier, but as far as creating characters, if you on the upper right hand side of the screen, just above chat, you should see what is that? 7 icons. One of them should be labeled journal when you hover over them. You go in there and you should see a folder called PCs. Expand that, and somewhere in there you should find your name or a name that Sky knows you as.
Okay.
If you expand that, there should be a character sheet and a journal in there. The character sheet is going to have some wonky name because it literally just kind of makes a alphabet soup name for you. If you click on that character sheet, it'll pull it up on the screen, and then at the top, click on the character sheet tab, and it should pop up with a box asking if you want to use Character Mancer. And that should guide you through creating a character. It'll give you all the different options. Just make sure to scroll all the way down on the left hand side to make sure you get all the drop downs. And double check after you've made a selection in a drop down, because if you make a selection, it could add more drop downs.
I mentioned this to Katie earlier. She was asking me about character creation. Totally up to the player if they want to try said chosen class. I would recommend, specifically to Katie and Eric, that you don't do that. Just because it can be overwhelming learning this new system, learning everything, and Character Mancer is amazing-ish sometimes. Sometimes it still has some issues, but it makes leveling a character a hell of a lot easier than the pen and paper version of D&D, because everything's online and everything's in it. And if you're doing character creation with a custom class or a custom something, a lot of the times you'll have to go in and redo stuff. My ranger in Pact is an unearthed arcana build, so I can't, when I'm leveling on the ranger side, I can't use Character Mancer because it follows typical D&D, not unearthed arcana stuff.
Yeah, no, I have no idea what any of that meant.
Basically, try and pick stuff that is already in D&D.
Don't try to go for the homebrew stuff, is basically what he's saying. Or the suggestion he's trying to make.
Yeah, if I was starting out right now, and he mentioned that somebody is going to be playing utility version of the Chosen, and that is me. Um,
I
but
wasn't sure if you wanted to tell him, so I was trying not to be obvious about it.
yeah, I'm perfectly fine with it. Um, but yeah, if I was starting this game, I would have been like, oh hell no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm gonna be confused.
So I've got open this character mancer. You're saying don't use that?
No, do use it. It is
Do use
so
that. Okay.
yes.
Okay.
It will help you create your character so that you don't have to do it on your own. Of
Okay.
course, you've got me and White to lean on. Definitely me. Um, outside of our Sunday night raid and our Monday night raid and my Sunday afternoon D&D game and my Saturday night D&D game, I am pretty much available for you.
Give it a shot. Just try to see if I can follow these little steps.
But you can use through the character mancer. You can like go to race. You can click on different races. It'll pop up on the right hand side and it'll tell you all about that race, what their ability scores are, what their increases are, what game mechanics stuff that they change based on this race or that race, what their kind of background is, so on and so forth. Same thing with classes, same thing with subclasses when we get to that point, so on and so forth. It's a lot of stuff to read, but it's very in-depth and it's very easy to use the character mancer for the most part until you at least start messing with feats, and then it doesn't add what it's supposed to add, and then we can help you.
Sounds good.
Okay, at this point, I want to go ahead and turn it over to you guys. I guess this is where you throw any questions or possible character combinations or whatever you want at me. Throw the books at me if you want. Just basically let me know what you're thinking and how can I help?
Question. Did you say elves weren't going to be a good idea?
No, you can play an elf. Just keep in mind that elves are very rare. Nearly mythological. I mean, kind of think of it like Bigfoot. There are some people that are just 100% convinced Bigfoot exists. There are some, I guess, I don't know. There's other people who, that's a joke. It's, you gotta be kidding kind of thing. And, even seeing pictures, the supposed quote unquote proof that Bigfoot exists, they find some way of rationalizing it to say, Bigfoot, that's a joke. That the picture's too blurry. That's someone in a ghillie suit. That whatever reason they come up with, they find a way to rationalize that, he doesn't exist.
Okay.
That's kind of the way elves are. Only elves actually do exist. Whether or not you believe in Bigfoot, I apologize if I'm offending you. That's not my intent.
I'm gonna have that conversation at work today.
What's that?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I can hear
Oh,
you.
cool. Well, I'm not pushing the button, so my button, locked up on me. So I'm happy with that. Because it says push to talk, and I'm talking. No, I said we were having that conversation at Bigfoot at work today.
I'm not even
Oh,
gonna ask.
The guy goes camping a lot, and he goes, I've seen bears, I've seen bobcats, I've seen wolves. The only thing I've never seen is uh, uh, Bigfoot and something else. So, aliens, that's what it was. Wow.
Well, if you believe, you believe. If you don't, you don't. That's pretty much the way it goes.
Yeah.
But that's off topic, even though I'm kind of the one that brought it up. Um, so yeah, elves do exist. They're just very rare. Um, if people notice, basically, that you have pointed ears, you might get people staring at you. Probably not going to be particularly discriminatory as far as picking fights um, or you know talking dirty to, or not talking dirty, talking mean to you. um,
Eh,
sky. Yeah, there will be discrimination. It's probably just not going to be on the bad side. It'll probably be more at the oh my god, they do exist side.
What about like I don't know like what kind of classes and stuff. I mean, I know obviously like warriors and rogues and rangers, but those are classes. But like, is there like what's this utility? I've never heard of utility. Is that like a class or something, or what is like? Is that all explained in these
no.
character mancer?
Utility is more like a type. There's been throughout D&D. There's been really annoying, kind of like types. Um, so in
Think of it a
think of
little.
think,
Think of it a
think of
little
it in
like,
WoW.
yeah, WoW with tanks, DPS, healers.
Oh,
So
okay.
tanks would be your melee heavily armored, trying to take all the damage, blah blah blah, whatever. Your DPS is, your wizards, your rogues, your rangers, trying as much as possible to do the highest damage, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. Um, your casters are going to be, again, possibly DPS, possibly in the healer role. Utility is going to be like a discipline healer, a discipline priest that's casting out like shields, trying to mitigate the damage that you're taking, that kind of stuff. Casting heroism on the group, casting bless on the group, trying to support their team, specifically, maybe not the highest damage dealer, but trying to support their team without being the dedicated healer or the dedicated DPS or the dedicated pissing the enemy off. Hey, attack me, attack me.
Basically, someone who spends more time buffing and debuffing than anything else.
Gotcha.
So, and keep in mind if you are interested in a tank type role, there's not really a way to tank in D&D. So you can't. I mean, you can try to intimidate and try to get the attention of the enemy, but there's no way to sit there and make them attack you. I mean, you can make it more appealing to attack you. There are ways to make it so that if they attack anyone else other than you, they have disadvantage. But there's no way to actually make them attack you.
That makes sense.
Paladin's compelled duel is amazing for that.
Yeah, but that's
If you
only against one target, and if anyone else attacks that target, the spell goes away. So, to a certain extent, it's great, but it's not always the best.
But you also don't get that added bonus like on WoW where, because they're attacking you, you get more hits or more skill points or
Yeah, I don't know. Um, yeah, Compel Duel does have its advantages. Um, oh, deities. I didn't mention deities. Um, Again, if you look on the right-hand side under the journal section, under PCs, there should be a folder called Lore. And in there you should have a handout called NPCs. Click on that, and pop-up should appear in the middle of your screen. And there should be 2 links in there. You guys don't have access to the Iron Axe Clan Hall because you guys don't know anyone there yet because we haven't started. But as far as gods and goddesses are concerned, there's a link in there. It brings up another page that explains all the gods and goddesses.
No, it's all black.
It's all black.
Yep.
Put your cursor on it and click and drag like you're highlighting something. Is anything showing up now? Does anyone else have that problem?
It's in
Yes.
gray.
It's what probably are single words or single names. They're black with a kind of dark purple type in them, and then there's other rows that are just plain black.
On mine, it's the black and pink, and then the words are white on black, so I can see it all.
You just had to go the pink route, huh?
Okay. I believe it's intended to be used in dark mode. So it's over on the left-hand side of the screen. If you click it over to dark mode, it should look better. I think.
That's true. I can read it now.
About to find out. Oh, look at that.
But each of the names should be a link that you can click on, and it'll pop up their holy symbol, which you can click on to get a larger view of it, and then gives you a small synopsis of who they are.
You're not in trouble. Come on in.
And if any of you become arcane casters, we will have to discuss, or we will have to talk about some other things, because there's a change to the deities depending on whether you're an arcane caster or not. But nobody else needs to know about that, so we'll discuss that once you guys have committed to your classes. But like I said, you guys should all choose one of those deities to at least relate to, not necessarily follow. I mean, if you want to follow them, that's great. Follow them specifically, I should say. That's great. Go for it. But you need to have one that you actually at least relate to. As far as yeah, there's that. As far as classes are concerned, the warlock is kind of an odd class. It requires you to choose a patron, and chances are that you're probably going to be expecting communication with this patron at some point. I have to say I'm not very good at that. So if you're willing to play a warlock with a nearly silent patron, awesome. If you are just dying to have communication with your patron, I will do my best, but no promises. it could be a dismally disappointing experience for you. So, but just throwing that out there for you.
There's a lot of stuff out here. Jeez.
There is. Um, in addition, most things you can find in the compendium. If you need to search up some information, it's there. Another option is if you go into Discord. At the top, there's a little button that looks like a thumbtack or a push pin.
So, can I ask a quick question
Sure.
here? Subclasses.
Yeah.
If I want to do something that's like a vampire, what would be the closest thing I could do in this setup for that?
Well, vampire would be a race. I believe there's actually a Dhampir. Is that the race that's available, Sky? I don't remember.
Yes. Dhampir would be the available race, and if you start out it works weird if you turn into a Dhampir, but if you start out as a Dhampir, basically you look human. You just have some little extra abilities that are specific on your vampire side. So you're not really a vampire, but it's typically something where either you got turned into a vampire and then exited the affliction, or it could be something where in my game, one of my players is a Dhampir, and her father raped her mother, and her father was a vampire, her mother was a human, and she came out as a Dhampir.
Got it.
So yeah, if that's the route you want to go, then that's probably the race you'll want to go with. I'm not sure if vampire itself is actually available as a race. So I doubt it. I've never actually looked for those. That Sky has more experience on that specific topic, having dealt with it in his game.
I typically look at downtrodden races. I typically play the races that people wouldn't, the non-normal races. This is the first game that I'm going to play a somewhat normal race. So
There's a whole section here on vampires talking about player characters as vampires. So maybe I'll just read over this, see what comes about of that.
Okay. Going back to the reference stuff that I was talking about. If you look in Discord, at the top there's a little icon that looks like a push pin. Click on that and then scroll down to the bottom. There's a link to my OneDrive that has, I don't know, there's probably 40 different books in there in PDF form that are all D&D books. There's like the Player's Handbook, the Dungeon Master's Guide, Sanitari's Guide to everything. Basically, everything I could get my hands on up until like 2 years ago.
Wow.
So you guys are welcome to download those books and look through them if you so desire. They're essentially the same thing as the hardback books you can buy. They're just PDF copies.
All right.
So if you can't find what you're looking for in Roll20 Compendium and don't feel like waiting for Sky and I, you can look for whatever you're looking for in one of those books.
Very good.
Now that I think I've probably exploded all your heads with all this information.
There's definitely a lot to take in.
Oh, there is. But it'll get easier once it's no longer abstract and kind of targeted on what you need to know versus all this
Sure.
information, generalized information. So, um, that being said, it looks like it's about 10 to 8. Um, you guys want to hang out and try to start working on your characters and just kind of bounce ideas? You guys want to go our separate ways and throw any questions into Discord, either to Sky or myself, or other players if you so desire?
Yeah, I'm going to start working on reading up on this and see if I can start putting something together.
Okay. Looks like Katie's already doing some rolls
Uh,
there.
yeah, I'm already looking through it.
I think I can just reach out to Sky if I've got any questions or you, but probably Sky for right now. But I don't want to hold anybody up unless anybody else has got something that they want to continue to discuss or talk about.
Well, what's everyone else think? You guys good to look over things yourselves, or you guys want us to stay as a group, or what?
Okay, well, I'm on back on this gods and goddesses table that you have set
Yes.
up, and I can click on any of the names and get to see their symbols. But the only descriptions I can find are a little Rethbon, and the rest of them
Well,
they don't get.
when you click on the thing to see their symbol, you got to scroll down on that. Did that help?
If I click on the name, it just turns blue with white text.
Okay, you click on the link to open the thing to get the symbol. Then you just scroll down on that pop-up. Is there nothing below their symbol? Their symbols?
Right now, I just tried Cytherea.
Okay, not Cysteria. Try any of the others.
That one doesn't work. Huh?
No.
Huh.
That's a whole different conversation for a whole different time, and yeah.
Okay. That at least I can see something.
Okay. And they should all work the same way, except for Cysteria.
But you can't back out of it though, huh?
No, you gotta
No,
close it.
it opens up a new one. So if you move it over, it'll still be in the side view. It
Yeah.
just opens up a new window or a new pop up, depending on how you're looking at it.
And just, I gotta say, I'm very proud of these holy symbols for each of these characters. I actually went and paid commissioned an artist to draw them for me.
They
So,
look great.
Wow.
and I have others that I wanted to get drawn as well. I just gotta have money for that first.
Yeah, that old evil money.
Yeah.
Rashan, does that one not work? Alright, it popped up finally.
Sometimes they take a little bit to pop up.
Yeah, I got it. 1, 2, 3. It's NPCs, cool.
And I'll try to keep this updated so as you guys meet new characters, new NPCs, I'll throw them into this list, and it'll be separated by location. So you want to remember the name of such and such shopkeeper in such and such town. You can just click on that town, and it'll pop up all the relevant NPCs you've met in that town. I'll also be keeping a similar thing like that with quests. So if you guys need details on what a quest is, or what quests you've completed, what you haven't completed, details where you picked up the quest, what you need to do, you can just come in and click on the link for the quest, and it should tell you all that information.
Is there a lot? I noticed one like Estra. Is there a lot of water stuff we're going to be dealing with? What's the environment like that we're going to be dealing with?
Thank you for bringing that up. Just a second, let me close out these pop-ups. Okay, this map is massive, so it's probably going to take you guys a little while to load. When it's not blurry anymore, feel free to look around. Might want to zoom out a little bit. You'll find that the party token is about 3/4 the way up the map, approximately in the center. It's surrounded by a great big yellow circle. So for the most part, where you're going to be is going to be landlocked, but that doesn't mean you can't play a character that is like a sailor or pirate or whatever, if you want to go that route. You just got to come up with the reason why you're in this dwarven clan hall away from the water. Maybe you're delivering something, or you're here to pick something up, or you're on leave from the Navy and you're here on vacation to see a soothsayer to cure you of something. I don't know, whatever. It's your character. Be creative with it. But for the most part, you're landlocked here, so yeah.
I don't remember how to reduce the character nameplates from the great thing that's on there now.
Oh, that's right, at the bottom.
Yeah.
Go over to the right-hand side of the screen, up above the chat box. Click on the cog or gear or whatever you want to call it. Oh, they just changed all this stuff.
Yeah, that's why
Of course they did.
Thanks for asking, because I was doing the same thing. It's like, where's the shrink on this thing?
If you go down to audio and video, there are 2 tabs. There's audio, video chat, and video display. If you click on video display, there is a drop down that you can select large, regular, small, or names only. Personally, I have it on names only because
Ditto.
it just gives me more room across the board.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Thank you. And makes the rest of the screen much easier to see.
I'm on settings. Where did you see audio and video?
So you got the drop down arrows are personalization and display, then graphics, then audio and video. So if you click on audio and video, then it will drop it down to kind of, It's got 2 tabs right underneath it. You see that?
No, I think I'm on something else.
I think he's on the real settings, not the settings of Roll 20.
Uh, oh, I see what you're saying. Hold on. Oh, okay, yep, that's what I was. So yeah, now I'm on roll 20. Okay, got it.
Only because I deal with that every day for work.
So,
Did you do what?
He deals with that kind of stuff at work all the time.
No.
MIT help desk.
Ah.
Don't ask me about the programs themselves, but I can get you there.
so that row at the top there, where so the leftmost icon is chat. Most of the time, we're probably going to be in there. The next one over for y'all should be journal, which is where you can find your character sheets, any items, any reference materials that is created specifically by White that he wants to share with us. The next tab kind of looks like an info icon. That's the compendium. If you do a search, cross your fingers and hope that it searches correctly. It's kind of iffy sometimes. It doesn't always look for exactly what you're looking for, but try a couple times and you can typically find what you're looking for. If the in-game music is too loud, you can adjust it. Your specific stuff through the next one, which is the music tab. And then there's macros, which I don't really play around with much, so good luck or talk to White on that one. And then settings has all kinds of weird in-game settings that takes place, and they changed that. I'm pretty sure they just changed it within the last 2 or 3 weeks because I went through there. Some stuff wasn't working right, and I went through there. I'm like, oh, why? Wait, no, that wasn't set up that way. Why is that check marked? I never. Wait, what?
Yeah, it's amazing how often they'll do an update to something, even something completely irrelevant to our game, and they just do like a random default wipe of all our custom settings. So we have to reset everything up. So it's not unusual that you're going to have to tinker with your character sheet on a regular basis. Or get Skies or my help to help tinker with the character sheet.
Plus side of a virtual tabletop is that it's a lot easier to level, it's a lot easier to keep the information. Negative side is that sometimes shit goes haywire, and yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, quick question. So when you're setting up characters and it says something like, for your hunger, it's like roll a d6 and to see what your hunger is going to be or choose. Is there a preference that we just choose one, or do we all need to, as we're creating our characters, do rolling some dice or something?
You can go either way with that. I'm perfectly fine with you just choosing one. Um, it is it's your character fantasy that you want to live out. So if you if you want to just if you don't really care, you want to just roll dice and play into it, go for it. If you want a specific one and you see it on the list, go great. And if you want a specific one, it's not on the list, then I'm okay with you just throwing it in there. Um,
Okay.
most of those things are things like the was it personality traits, ideals, bonds, and flaws. Those are all about your character. They have very little mechanical um, effect on the game itself. Um, Hunger, I'm assuming, is part of being with the whole vampire Dhampir thing.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep.
I don't recall that from any other class or race I've played. So
Yeah, Opal, someone we had in the Pact game that is currently in my Rhyme game on Sundays. I forget what she did for what uh, all the very specifics, but like one of the choices was what you like. Do you like blood? Do you like this? Do you like that? That might be the hunger one. She chose that she likes spinal fluid.
Nice.
So when like she is perfectly capable of eating human food. Um, she can go to an inn, order whatever. She's capable of doing that. She can bite people to regain health with her vampiric bite, blah, whatever. But she, when she roleplays it, people are, if we're going up against like kobolds and the kobolds are going to die, she's probably going to suck out their spinal fluid after they're dead. Because why not?
So why not?
Kind of like her caviar.
You guys have all your characters all done?
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Okay, right now I'm working on. I okay. Prior to this, we've discussed this campaign for a while. I said I've never been a healer, so I'll be the healer this time because I've never really done anything with magic. So I don't want to choose a mage or anything because I would gives me too much magic to mess around with. So I said I'll be a healer. So everybody's like, okay. So I've done research. So so I know I'm going to go with the life domain cleric, but now worrying about other stuff is the hardships. And I was like, okay, what do I do with with this world because it's so structured but non-structured? What is a good uh, race to play within the dynamics of the dwarven society? You know, because I really don't want to play something that's outside of dwarven society because yeah, I'm going to be trying to heal these guys, and now I'm being beat up. Now, my fellow members, like you guys, be as much as you want because that means more fights. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say that.
Dwarves absolutely love goblins to clobber to death.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Kenny died the first session. Oh, Kenny.
The first what? Like the first session, somebody died. Oh my!
Yeah,
No.
I'm kind of looking into the future and going. So Kenny decides to play a goblin. Walk into the dwarven settlement,
Oh,
and
gotcha.
Kenny's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, so much for that one.
And I've already done the 5 seconds in, or sorry, 5 minutes in the game. My character is killed. I've already done that once.
Really?
My first game as a D&D, I rolled perfect stats for everything. And I mean, I was a god character. That's how good my stats were, rolling wise. And the DM introduces me of, okay, you guys are on the road and you see a pack of orcs with a mule and a bag of bloodiness attached to it. Or sorry, really, really bad looking human and a bloody blag attached to his wrist. And after the fight, the bloody human was me. I had 1 hit point, getting ready to die. The bag was my wolf that I'd spent my money on as a compatriot.
Oh my!
And of course, 5 minutes later, we were in another fight, and I've never played D&D before, and so I wanted to get into a fight. Remember, I'm a god character. I can fight. It don't matter how good you are in a fight. With a 1 hit point, it only takes somebody to sneeze on you. And they did. And I died quickly, so I had to reroll a new character, which sucked.
Yeah.
Jeff, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you see my character?
If you give me a second here, I'm answering another question at the moment. So
Okay.
give me like 2 minutes here.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see, that was Ken. Da da da. Okay, I'm looking at your character now. What's up?
I just want to make sure that was okay. I'm going as a wood elf rogue. And I have a way to get him into the...
Okay.
Okay. At least I hope I do when I write it up.
Oh, this is funny because that means we have two elven rogues in the party.
Ooh.
Nice. You guys coming in as pairs?
No.
You guys can make your characters to be, friends with somebody else's characters if you'd like. Have attachments. It's actually makes it easier if you do. Gives you a friend to fall back on in the case of drama or tension in the group.
I hope that made you laugh, my statement.
Oh, I didn't see it. Sure. I mean, if you want to go that route, go for it, dude. I mean,
No, I don't. That was my joke. That's why I made it. Said it was a joke. It's Now it would be a great role playing thing.
Could be.
Does
Ouch. Your charisma sucks, Ken.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Um, I know it's probably late because you guys have all probably already rolled your stats, but keep in mind what subclass you want to take. Because, for instance, as a rogue, taking a the three typical classes are or subclasses to start with are was it thief, swashbuckler, and arcane trickster are the three originals, and thief and swashbuckler secondary stats are essentially irrelevant. But as an arcane trickster, intelligence is critical. So you'd want to make sure you have a decent intelligence if you're going to go arcane trickster. Just something you want to consider if you already know what kind of character you want to play. Then it might be easier to do a little bit of research on that subclass to make sure you don't have another stat that's important or helpful. And that is not to say that I'm opposed to doing a little bit of editing later on if it's necessary. But because the decisions you make tonight or over the next week or so may not be the same decisions you want to make, 6 months from now. Once you've gotten used to the game. Yeah. But as far as I can see here, Ken, this is looking pretty good.
Okay.
Cool. What about if I'm on the choose race and it doesn't have a hill dwarf?
You want to go to dwarf? Choose the dwarf as the race, and then hill dwarf is sub race.
That doesn't pop up.
Okay, you go to dwarf is the race.
I did that.
Okay,
Scroll all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah, there will be another drop down somewhere below
Okay,
it
gotcha.
for sub race.
I was trying, it just didn't pop up.
It goes through all of the ability stuff, and you've got dark vision, you got this, and you got this, and you got this, and you got this, and then all the way at the bottom is, hey, by the way, if you want to be a sub race, you can totally choose one of these.
And it won't affect your other stuff.
No, because you got everything above. It's just as a sub race, you have all this other new stuff too.
Just one of those layout things of Roll20 and it'd be nice if they. It'd be nice to do dwarf and then pick your sub race right away, but it's more of their thought process is, hey, this is all these things that this base race has, and then now you can choose the sub race, and then it will list that stuff underneath that.
Jeff's gonna love my character. Y'all know what I want to pick.
My first character in tabletop D&D when I started here on Roll20 was a hill dwarf life cleric. No, it was a mountain dwarf life cleric. It was a dwarven life cleric.
Nah, I can't use that god. Much as I would love to, but no. Definitely don't want that one.
Ow, 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 ow.
Goodness.
Nope. Yeah, it's the one I picked. All right. Can you do one thing for your gods, Jeff? You really don't have them written up as what their alignment generally is.
It's because I don't really go by alignment.
Okay.
The descriptions should give you the general gist of what the deities are. If you don't think your character would follow those ideas or those traits, then it's probably not the right god for your character.
I'm making. I figured out the one I was going to do, but I was just making sure that.
I mean, there is nothing wrong with playing, say, Life Cleric or Respawn. I mean, it's not really. I mean, Respawn isn't exactly a life god, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have, clerics on his side healing his minions to help, his agenda in the world. So if you want to, there's no reason you couldn't put any class or any character into any one of those deities if you want to. It's just you gotta find a reason for it to fit.
That's one thing I wish they would do.
What's that?
Oh, they have tools up here, but I got to find out what the tools actually do. You got to go in here and look for. Like, hey, well, do you want to be a brewer? It's like, not really, but yeah, I could.
Well, it's part of the race.
I know. I'm gonna go with that one just because I can see that one as a practical in my next part.
And we can discuss changing out your tool proficiency to something else if you'd prefer. Because I personally wouldn't play a character that is a brewer, but that doesn't mean you don't want to.
No, I know how to roleplay it. That's why I'm throwing it.
Okay, if that's what you want to go with, go for it.
Where it says choose a divine domain, what does that mean?
That's where you pick your subclass. So for clerics, they get it at level 1. You were looking at life cleric. That would be life domain.
Thank you. Cool. I get to raise the. Oh no, that's not what I was thinking. Thinking I get to raise dead. We're good with this. I'm gonna be the necromancer, life domain clerics.
How do you get your placeholder?
Your token?
I guess it says placeholders.
Yeah. Send me a picture. It just search the internet for a picture of your character, or like you did last game. Just go to Hero Forge and create a token for yourself, and send me a picture of it, and I will create a token for you.
I was just going to use the one that's in the character sheet from the D&D book of the rogue.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, they changed this. You used to pre-roll your rolls. Now it doesn't. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question you were answering, but I was too busy doing the other stuff because I'm like, oh, I know we've done that before, but now it has standard array, roll for stats, point by, or custom. But they only start at like 15.
What's your question?
I thought there was one that gives you the ability to get 18.
No, you roll for stats.
That's what's the ability score method? Abilities. I don't understand.
So the ability score stuff. You can do standard array. You can do point by, or you can do rolling for stats. If you do the standard array, I want to say 16 is the highest. But then if you have a +2 because of your race, so as a dwarf, you would get +2 to your constitution. So if you were looking to be the highest constitution that you could, then if you did a standard array and chose 16, you would have 18 at first level because of the +2 from your race.
Okay, 15 is what's showing on mine.
Okay, so maybe it's 15.
The roll for stats, you can get up to 18, right?
Roll for stats is based on whatever the rolls come out to. So I mean, you could get really high, you could get really low.
Yeah. The highest number you can get is an 18 because that's 3d6. So what it does is it rolls 4d6 and then it drops the lowest of the 4 rolls. So basically, you get a total of 3 die, 6-sided die, which the highest for that is 18.
When I go to point by and when I go to standard array,
don't go to
15.
those. Go to roll for stats because that's what everyone else is doing.
Oh, okay. That sucked.
You said Cytherea is the goddess that's nobody's got, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I figured. I just wanted to make sure because of my privileges, I can click on it. I just wanted to make sure. Katie was asking about it. So that's the one for specifically if you are an arcane type caster. She is looking at
Gotcha.
ranger. Would you consider that?
No, Ranger is divine.
Okay.
Or primal if you are following the new one D&D. But not
But
arcane, basically.
Okay, question for a life domain cleric. What's Constitution or Wisdom do you want higher?
Wisdom is your casting stat. Constitution is your health.
Yeah, these suck. And on a life domain cleric, do you want a higher dexterity or constitution? Not constitution. Sorry, I said that wrong. Never mind, I got it. Strength, that's what I meant. Dexterity or strength.
It's kind of your call. I mean, if you're going to use plate mail, which as a life domain cleric, you'll have access to heavy armor. But if you're going to be using plate mail, you need at least a strength of 13.
Oh, lovely. I'm not going to be using it.
If you're going to be using
Oh,
lighter armor, leather or studded leather, you'll want dexterity. It also depends on what kind of weapon you want to use. If you want to use one of the finesse weapons, you're going to want dexterity. If you're going to use most of the larger weapons, like axe, warhammer, mace, swords, whatever, you're going to want strength. So, yeah, can you reroll those unless you want to keep them?
no, I don't. That's what I said. I'm like,
Yeah, 3 numbers under 10. That's just painful.
okay, that I can handle. This I can play. Now it doesn't help me in some things, but yeah.
Well, your prerogative. I mean, put those numbers where you want, where they'll help.
What are the local languages or languages that we may come across?
May come across just about anything. I mean, you're in a dwarven stronghold, so obviously, dwarven. Common is probably pretty common. Um, Halfling is probably one of the ones that you might come across fairly easily. Um,
Okay, thank you.
um, Orcish might be a good one. Orcish or Goblin as your, um, depending on how much you deal with the enemy, quote unquote, the enemy.
I go with those. Okay, I got it. That's how I'll play that character.
So about 9:30, we'll have something. Maybe we'll hear something about it.
Another thing, as far as pictures go, if you keep looking through like Google and just cannot find the your idea of what your character should look like, um, if you are okay with it looking kind of claymation sort of a look, Hero Forge, you can order miniatures from, but really nice thing about it is you can build what you think your character would look like and totally and completely colorize it in there and then take a snip of it without needing to actually buy it.
Oh, that's a nice little tip. There's a place to upload a picture or something for your character?
Yes.
And once we get pictures and everything for the characters, either Sky or I can make you a token. I usually make custom tokens for everyone.
His tokens are a lot nicer. I just I just downloaded like a free token making application and you can buy more token frames and I just use the ones that are in there because I'm not very artistically creative on doing that stuff. White is way more creative on that level of thinking than I am.
But yeah, we'll make you some tokens, and I'll get the token all set up so that you can. So you click on it, and you automatically see your health and your armor class right there on the token, and you can just change your health right there on the token whenever you take damage or get healed or whatever. And I was thinking on the 4th when we play our first game, instead of actually starting the story, I was thinking we just kind of, I'll just make like a little dungeon or something for you guys to play through. That way you don't really have to worry about. You can kind of get used to your characters a little bit before, um, getting into
Jumping
situations
into
where you have to
darkness.
RP and stuff. And it also gives those who aren't familiar a chance to get used to using the Roll20 interface and using their character sheet and rolling and all that fun stuff.
Ooh, nice. See, this is what he should have had.
This is what who should have had.
Uh, my mind can't. One that left our party.
Agrius.
Agrius. Yeah, he should have had Mend.
He did, didn't he?
Why didn't he use it on the stick?
On the broom.
Yeah.
Mending works for the physical part of it, so he could have fixed the broom itself, but he couldn't have fixed the magic part of it.
I don't think she had mend.
Okay.
Elro had mend because I mended it.
Okay.
And the issue was that I got it mostly looking great, but once the soul had escaped from the broom, it really didn't help much.
Okay. So maybe Agrius didn't have it, but I knew somebody in the party did.
You know what that one does? Oh, what spell is that? Are you able to change your cantrips later on?
Yeah, there's a point. I think it's every time you gain an ASI, I think you can change out one of your cantrips. So for you, it'd be every 4 levels. Every 4th level, I should say. But you do also gain more cantrips as you go, so. I think as a cleric, I think by the time you get to level 13, I think you'll have a total of 6.
Five cantrips per player.
Okay.
First level, 3 cantrips of your choice. Learn additional cleric cantrips of your choice at higher levels as shown in cantrip known.
And cantrips can be used as many times as you want, right?
Yeah, they're at will. No, there's no resource for them. They're considered the spells that you first spells that you learned, and you've cast them so many times that they're just like your reaction now. It's just like
That's understandable.
flick your wrist and it happens, kind of thing.
I'm caught between a couple of them. And
Yeah, some of the cleric ones can be pretty good.
Well, I picked guidance and I picked Sacred Flame. But it's that third one that I'm stuck on. Like there's resistance, there's ward of radiance.
What deity did you choose, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to tell me.
Oh no, I don't mind at all. Fine if because it'll be a part of my extra.
Estra?
Yeah, because I read through the other ones and I really didn't. But it's like, okay, I can see mine because of how ugly it is. Because my charisma is 7.
Well,
He
charisma isn't just your appearance. It's your
ability to negotiate.
well, it's your bearing. It's your the basically the attitude and I don't know.
He doesn't have that. He's not skittish, but yeah, he was picked on, and he's just trying to prove that he's somebody. Not that he is. He may be somebody. He may be the greatest thing since apple pie, but internally he doesn't feel it.
Okay, well, it is your
And
character.
he looks at it, and he looks at it's like, we're not really sure about this guy, and so he's picked on, and his intelligence is 8, so it took him twice as hard to really learn the stuff and get it down to grasp. It's like I was thinking light, but it's like no.
Okay, so Sacred Flame um is must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d8 radiant. So there's no half damage. There's just either you do it or you don't. So it's a save or suck. It's if they fail it, they get damaged. If they succeed it, they don't.
Unfortunately, all the cantrips they're
Yeah.
either at least all the ones with saving throws are
Yeah.
save or suck, as you call it.
So looking at that, Word of Radiance is 1d6, Sacred Flame is 1d8. Toll the Dead is one that's typically taken. It's better against damaged creatures than undamaged creatures, if that's what you're going for.
Yeah, it's either 1d8 or 1d12.
If you're going for a build of trying to damage others. Light is a good utility spell. Obviously, bringing up lights. Guidance is a good utility spell.
One of the things I love to do is cast light on an arrow and then shoot the arrow into a dark cave. I find that very fun in one of the games where I play. My DM always pisses off my DM because I always yeah. Just imagine the kinds of things you can do with that.
Okay.
Thaumaturgy is one of those that, like, you follow the...
I know what that one does because of my Dragonkin, or not my Dragonkin, but my Ranger. He gets that because of his dragon or Drake.
Gotcha. Yeah, the Thaumaturgy, Prestidigitation, and there's another one, I forget which one it is. Are like the three that all the YouTube places are like, hey, you should take this if you got it because you can do so much. And I'm like, yeah, if you're really creative, you can do a lot with it. And if you're not creative, yes, that one. If you're not creative, then you're gonna suck at it and not be sure what you're supposed to be doing.
And the other side of that is if your charisma is low enough, you're going to have to fight yourself on completing it because it's a roll. Does it actually interfere with the individual? Not saying nothing, Sky. Somebody made me do that. I remember.
What's that on that one? Sorry.
Remember, I used that one on trying to scare away the other individuals. You're going to lose. You need to run. You're going to lose. Yeah, it didn't.
Well, you need to keep in mind that it doesn't specifically say it can do that. So, in that kind of situation, it's up to the DM to um, basically come up with a mechanic on how that might work. Because it doesn't specifically say, okay, to intimidate an enemy, have the enemy roll a saving throw against your DC or some crap like that. So if you come up with a creative way to use the spell, the DM has to come up with a mechanic for it to work. And especially with it being a cantrip, there are some things that, for instance, if there's a way to do what you're trying to do with a different spell, a spell that's, got a level to it, like a first level, second level, fifth level, whatever, then it's probably not really fair to be using a cantrip to be doing that, because cantrip doesn't require any resources. So,
You said light is a good one to get.
in that situation, I mean, you don't know yet if anyone in this party even needs a light. I mean, so far all we've heard are that there's gonna be 2 elves and a dwarf
Both those
and
things.
vampire.
Yeah,
Well, vampire, whatever.
Okay, the bless and the cure wounds is grayed out. Does that mean I already get that somehow?
Yes, as a life cleric, you get, as a cleric, there are spells called domain spells, and you get those spells as simply for being a cleric of that domain. And they don't count against the spells that you can prepare each week or each month, each morning. Cure wounds and bless are the first level spells. So, yeah.
By the way, White, just saw one of the latest playtest stuff. Looks like all classes are going to be unprepared spells in D&D 1.
That how's that gonna work with sorcerers? Sorcerers and yeah, that I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna work.
Trying to streamline it across the board, and a lot of people are up in arms already about it.
I don't know. I don't know how that'll work, but yeah, I guess. I was actually looking over your virtues class, Sky, and I realized I kind of screwed up. I never gave any of the enemies any way of shrugging off your effects. So I need to give them some sort of saving throw or something. I just gotta
Ever. Yeah,
I just
an
gotta
issue.
figure out what saving throw and yeah.
It's playtest, I understand.
You know, I've always toyed with the idea of making classes in the past, but man, never did I realize how much work actually goes into it. Crap. I've been working on that thing forever, it feels like. And Sky is just kind of sitting there on the sidelines, just kind of twiddling his thumbs, saying, "Get it done, get it done, get it done, get it done."
Hurry, I want to know what I'm gonna do. I want to practice this and get this done.
Incidentally, I have made some changes already. I'll go ahead and send you the new document that I have. I don't know. I don't remember which version I sent you last, so I don't know how many changes there actually are at the moment. But you can look at it if you want, if you care.
Oh, definitely. I always care.
So how's everyone coming?
I broke mine.
You broke yours?
It says building your character, and it's not going up. It's just stuck.
Oh, great. I hate it when it does that.
So I guess I gotta redo it. I don't know what the heck I gotta do. I'm just sitting here letting it sit and see how long it takes.
Yeah, if it's not done within a minute or two, it's hung up. It's not gonna finish.
Okay.
Probably try Control R to refresh, or just refresh your browser. It'll reload you back into Roll20. See if that works. If not, we'll have to assign you a different character sheet, and you'll unfortunately have to start over. But we can plug all the stuff in.
Oh no, that's not good.
We can. I can plug in everything that you had originally. I can take a look at it from the character mancer sheet and get it done for you in like 2 minutes probably.
Okay, it's back up, so I'm gonna try again. Yeah, I think I messed it up.
Well, it's probably nothing you did. It's just some reason the character manager kind of screws up, especially with some of the more obscure things like choosing a Dompier, for instance, could have done it.
Wow.
But it's probably nothing you did.
I'm trying to get. Oh yeah, it's completely. It looks like it's. I guess not. Maybe not.
Incidentally, I don't know if this matters at all to anyone, but this campaign is very much centered around the elements, air, water, earth, fire, life and death kind of thing. I've got one game that we played that was all about the undead, one that was all about the nature and primal, and this one's kind of all about um, the elements. So, yeah, I don't know if that matters to anyone, but I figured I'd point that out.
You're saying you're an elementalist. Gotcha.
Sure, why not?
Where is your sheet again? See. One, yeah. Iron Axe Clan Hall doesn't. I thought you said there was.
Yes, there are 3 clans for the dwarves: Iron Axe, Steel Hammer, and Stone Fist.
Steelhammer is
Steel Hammers, the scholars and clerics and priests and yeah. And just because you're a cleric doesn't mean you have to be from Steelhammer. I mean, you can be a cleric from Iron Axe if you want.
I can already see the backstory is already forming with the character creation. The way I started to create the character. So, like, do I like all the 8 and 7 intelligence and charisma? No, but that seems to be the powerful course of every player I've ever played. So, we're good with it.
Well,
I think I'm going to need your help with this because it's just not finishing.
It's not doing anything?
No. Can I share a screen on Discord or something? You want to help me with this? Or can you do something?
Go ahead and share a screen, first of all, if we can get that to work. Doesn't always work with Discord.
Hold on a second. Oh, that's messing up, but we'll do that. Okay. All right. So got it pulled open here. Can y'all see it?
Yeah, I see it. I'm on there now.
Okay. So when I hit the apply changes, it just freezes. So here's what I started. It had information here before. Now it's not here. I don't know where it went. Let me just refresh here. Hold on. Yeah, I had all this filled out. You like the character to follow your own path. You may ignore all the ability scored. Then I went down. See, none of this is showing up now, but I had all this filled out. I had a custom class that I'm calling the Gentleman. And did all this stuff.
A custom class?
Mm-hmm. There it goes. Now it came up. So maybe this came back up. Let me start back here. Okay, here we go. Now it's coming up. Okay, so this is what I'm going down. Actually, I need to change that. I had this changed. See, all this went away. I don't know what any of this means, so I'm just clicking things. Oh, wait, they said that I had that. Okay.
I would probably stay away from custom just because it's really hard to do.
Is that why? But I like this idea.
I get that, but for your first character, um, I would
None of.
stick to a pre-generated class just because there is a lot to the character creation or a class creation um in order to be balanced with everything else.
All right.
And that's one thing that me and White are working on my class that I'm playing which is essentially his class. Like in 5 years of doing this, I've never actually created a class. I've helped create some subclasses for class. Um but I haven't really actually created a full class, and that's where my class for this game is something that that White is working on, and I'm trying to help him with playtest, and it's gonna continuously be a balancing game. If it's too powerful, we're gonna roll stuff back. If it's not powerful enough, we're going to. It's gonna be a very strenuous thing between me and White and getting the class perfected for him.
Okay. Well, then that might change a lot here.
Not to mention, for the most part, just about any character concept you can come up with, most likely through combination of the different classes and subclasses, multi-classing, whatever, what have you, you'll be able to make it work with your concept. It's very unusual that there's a specific custom class that you can't make work through what they've already got. And
Oh, that's
and to be honest, it's the same thing with my custom class. Even I mean, most of it you could make happen through just multi-classing into different classes. It's just that's not the way we chose to go.
Okay.
Yeah, how do you re-add your spell slot? Never mind, I found it. Now, when I rolled it in my attack spell casting, it has all my things twice. My mace is listed twice. My I see why. No, don't.
It does that sometimes.
Now you gotta go through and delete them.
Yeah. I forget what I was doing.
I'm actually not seeing them on there twice, Kenny.
It's because they just deleted them.
Oh, okay.
I forget what I was doing. I want to say it was either. Oh, okay, no. No, I was doing something in some character's sheet at some point, and I added something. Maybe it was a custom class thing that I was looking at from a GM binder, stuff that I found somewhere else. And I added a bunch of stuff, and Roll20 brought up like 6 utility boxes that were all labeled the same thing. And I was like, no, that's not what I wanted. Delete, 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 delete.
Okay, there we go. And do I get in this because when I click on spell slots it says 2, but when I just did that spell it said I had no more. So I'm wondering how many actually spell
I don't
slots
even
do
know
I
what kind
get?
of. Oh,
Hard to get a decent.
That's a good question, Kenny. Sometimes it screws up. I'll have to see if I
Okay,
can fix the API script before our first session.
that's fine. I just want to make sure. Do I get 2 spell slots or just one
Yeah,
spell
you get
slot?
2.
Okay,
One thing on your list.
I've already greened it all the way up to 2, so that wasn't a problem. But I was just making sure that.
Yeah, you should have 2. Eric, were you trying to ask something else?
I was talking to Katie and I hadn't put my mute on.
Ah, okay.
So what's okay? We know what most of the what's Katie being.
What? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
What character are you going with? I don't want to know the details of it, but just the character and the race.
I am a dwarf ranger.
Nice. Do you know what subclass you're going to eventually go towards?
I had no idea.
Gotcha.
Okay, so
The
see, looks
dragon subclass is great.
Drake Warden.
Yep.
So that gives us what 2 elves, a cleric, a ranger, and a chosen. Um, or sorry,
Do
2.
we have a fighter one yet?
I don't know what's Eric gonna do. Have you decided, Eric?
I'm gonna go down the bard path.
depending on what you were thinking, like in your mind on gentlemen, I think bard would probably be good. Um, Subclasses like your different colleges, college of lore, college glamour is like glamour stuff, illusion type stuff. College of eloquence is like eloquence. I don't know, great with speaking, but might be you're very eloquently uh wording, like that might be a good like gentleman like quality, like you have a silver tongue and you can lie your way through anything.
Right.
I specifically made a college of eloquence bard in a side game that we did specifically for somebody that took off on us. But the but it was amazing. I loved the way it came out.
And one thing that we normally do with our tokens, and what I mean by tokens is when you're looking at your the map or whatever they have displayed, and you see evil DM white art Valkahead, is if you want to be called your name, Katie is fine, or like me, Ken. Second, put if you once you got your character, put the character's name right next to it in quotation marks.
We'll change that.
Yeah, we'll take care of that the first session or whatever, because we don't need to be worried about that right now.
All right. So I changed now my spells all have that custom gentleman cantrip and level ones instead of the bard. And how do I get that? Is that another just reset thing or what you think? Because I can't put the bard spells there. Here, I'll share again. So I've got the bard set.
If you hit cancel, it'll take you totally and completely out of Charactermancer. Or I can give you another character sheet just to start over, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
you
probably
think
go.
it's all? You think I gotta reset everything?
Yeah, if you're really tied to those stats, you can just copy them down and put them in as custom. But or you can just reroll. It's up to you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna suggest a new character sheet because with all the changing and back and forth that's been going on with this one, there God knows how many things have been broken on it.
Yeah, so I added another character sheet to your Eric tab, called Gritch. Yeah, something starts with the G. If you open that up and use Charactermancer, then you can just start on that one.
You
Let's
did?
try if you just right click on the other one. Oh, did you give him permissions for it?
No, of course I didn't. I just created the thingy. Now you have permissions.
All right.
If you just right click on the other one, you can. Oh, you already know that stuff. Never mind, Sky.
I was leaving it up in case he wanted to transfer over or whatever.
Oh, gotcha.
Wait, I forgot what I checked here.
Which one are you looking at?
Background.
You did Far Traveler.
Oh yeah. Thank you. What is this? Are you still?
What's that?
I keep forgetting to turn my mute on. I was asking her if she was still making her little avatar.
Oh, okay.
Dude, I could spend days on this. It's so fun.
Hey, Eric, are you still working on your character sheet?
It
Yeah.
is done.
Okay, I am gonna pull you down into another channel in Discord for a second so we can have a little chat.
Dun, 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 dun.
Hello.
Okay.
Okay. It appears you are the only arcane caster in the group at the moment. Which means I am going to give you access to the seventh deity in the list.
Ooh.
So you can be a follower of her if you'd like.
I didn't see yet where I choose my deity, where I put that.
It's just a personal thing. It's not something you can really
Oh,
place on your character. You can write it down somewhere on the bio page or something if you'd like, just so you can
gotcha.
remember it. Um, okay, that should have popped up a pop up
Yep,
for you.
it did.
Okay, this is Cytherea. She is essentially the goddess of magic, knowledge, and history. Well, it's all kind of listed there. But basically, only arcane casters really know of her existence. And she's kind of a secret that the arcane casters kind of keep to themselves.
Aha, got it.
So, really, pretty much only arcane casters know of her.
I actually liked the idea behind what was that? The main god dude.
Rithbon?
Rithbon, yeah.
You're gonna be follow Rithbon. Okay. If that's what
Yep.
you want, that's cool.
I think that's where I'm gonna go.
Okay, just
See, in the back of my head, my character is kind of like a vampire Loki, Lord Loki
okay.
character.
Okay.
A mischief character that thinks himself real high above everybody else and can just charm his way through life
Okay.
and uses deceitful techniques or tactics to get his friends to do the fighting for him. That's kind of his thing.
Okay. Um, just keep it in the back of your mind that Cytherea is another one of the goddesses or deities that exists, and you and any other arcane casters are the only ones that know about him or about her. Okay.
Sounds good. All right.
Okay. I will go ahead and move you back to the other channel now.
Sounds good.
There's no real difference between an 18 and a 17, right?
Oh, there's a huge difference between 18 and 17.
What's that?
17 gives you a +3. 18 gives you a +4.
You're currently at a 17.
There's not a whole lot of difference between a 16 and a 17.
Oh, okay.
That is. Oh, Katie just showed me her little Hero Forge. That is a really cool program.
Yeah, it is. I've made a number of characters in there. I don't usually use them as my avatars in Real 20, but I've made a number. They're kind of cool. I even ordered the 3D printing template for
Oh,
a couple of them.
did you?
Yeah,
That's so neat.
I don't have a 3D printer, but I have the files to print it when I want to.
Is that what it is? You can't actually buy like the miniature. You have to buy the 3D printer thing.
Oh no, you can buy the miniature
You
too.
can, yeah, you can
Okay,
totally buy
cool.
the miniature from them. They'll print it out, color it, and all that for you, and send it to you. I bought one. I'm not sure where I put it. I bought one for Sky, and it was before they started offering color, so it's all in gray. But I have it somewhere around here, and if I ever find it, I'll share it. But it was
Oh,
awesome.
you can choose to color it or not color it. They also offer it in other materials. There's 3D printed, of course, but you can also get them forged in metal. I think it's like bronze or copper or something like that. And I think there's one or two other different kinds of materials. It's crazy. I mean, but you can get, if you're not careful, you could easily get it to spending like $75 for a single miniature. So
Yeah, I think man, I can see that, but man, it is pretty darn cool.
it is. I love it.
Uh, Sky,
Yep.
can you do that to my character then?
Okay.
Just because if it doesn't do anything to my wisdom, sure. Now, if I was like at a 17, 18, I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. But since it's a 16 and a 17, and you
Yeah.
guys say
So
there's no difference.
essentially, what it is you can play this two ways. You can keep it the way it is, and then if you wanted to go into heavy armor, then when you hit level 4 and you have your ability score increase, you can put like 1 point into strength and get up to 13, and 1 point into wisdom to get up to 18. Or you could go now, if you wanted to go through the mountain versus the hill, you could have the 13 now and the 16, and when you hit level 4, you can put 2 into wisdom to get up to 18. I guess the biggest difference is how you're seeing yourself play and what you want to do on that note, and then also the additional benefit that hill gives versus mountain on which one you like better.
What does the additional difference of the two give you? Other than the +1 and or to wisdom or strength.
Looking up right now. All right, hill dwarf. You have dwarven toughness. Your hit point maximum increases by 1, and it increases by 1 every time you gain a level. Versus mountain, you have proficiency with light and medium armor. So given
which you get as a cleric anyway.
Really cool.
which, yeah. So,
The Hill Dwarf is better. Okay, never mind.
well,
Shoot,
the
I
Hell
would do
Dwarf,
it.
but you're only getting one hit point maximum increase. So that means over the course of 20 levels, you're going to get an extra 20 hit points
Yeah, but over
because
the
you're a
course,
Hell Dwarf.
but once I get to level, let's say I picked one of the feats, the good feats that max out my hit points. That's still an additional 20 plus max hit point.
Okay. And it's totally up to you.
Yeah, I'll do it the way I've got it now, just because the Mountain Dwarf gives me the same benefits as the Life Cleric, and so I'd be wasting that extra. I know that's min maxing, but yeah. There is a point to, but I agree. Otherwise, yeah, no. If there was something else I gained from that, yeah, I would. Nope. But I'll deal with leather right now. Like I said, the way my character's played, this will work for me. And I'll pass you my backstory here in a few moments so you can see it.
Just make sure it's in the character sheet.
That's where I'm doing it.
Okay.
Okay. I finished my background.
Awesome.
What's it called for steel hammer?
Clan?
Not the clan. Oh yeah, okay, that'll work. Well, they're building is what I was trying to.
Clan Hall?
So, yeah.
Clan Hall.
An outhouse.
Really? You really
Well,
gotta try to confuse him. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if there's something wrong with my background bio, let me know. I kind of took it up to where I came to Iron Axe. I'm
Okay, sounds
assuming
good.
that's the name of the town.
Yeah, Iron Axe Clan Hall.
All right.
I will make sure to read over these things, these backstories before the game on the 4th.
I'll do my backstory before then, sometime.
Okay.
My mind just went blank. I hate that.
Get used to it.
The more in depth the backstory, the more the DM can situate you into the story, can create stuff for the story, can create plot hooks for your character in particular, so on and so forth. But honestly, like, if you're not great at doing backstories, I mean, ask White for specifics, but typically a good, like, 4 or 5 sentence paragraph that just kind of introduces you to the game is at least a start, and then you can work on more of it later or just keep it there, just whatever. I go a little crazy sometimes,
Never.
Nah.
and I typically do like 8 or 9 paragraphs backstories that are like, 8 or 9 sentences long each, and I overthink a lot of stuff, and I'm just like, after I build my character, I'm like, okay, this is how I want them to be, and this is where they're coming from, and this is how they got to where they're going, and this and this and this and this, and then I start going all in over it, and then by the time I'm done, I'm like, holy shit, what did I just do? I wrote a damn book.
Yeah, but it's great you do that because then it makes playing it is easier.
Yeah, it helps me with my roleplay portion, as well as giving plenty of opportunities for the DM to bring in hooks or bring in like, oh, well, your character did this in their in their past. Oh, well, guess what? You weren't planning on this, but you're gonna do this. You're gonna have the chance to either rectify this, or you're gonna have a you don't like these certain types of people. Guess what? You're gonna be meeting a lot of those soon.
There's a couple things to remember when creating a good backstory. Is that these are level 1 characters, so backstories where you went out and you did all these great epic fights and you killed all these dragons and took out the lich and saved the whole world. Probably isn't going to work very well at level 1. So you just need to remember that you're just starting out as an adventurer. It doesn't mean you didn't help. Maybe you helped your clan kill a dragon.
If you killed the dragon, there's a good chance that it was a baby dragon, and there was 20 of you commoners doing it.
And
Yeah,
good chance the DM's going to be like, cool. Guess what? You're fighting in a month.
You're level 1. Welcome to an ancient white dragon.
Well, that's more level 14 that you want to try on.
It wasn't a white dragon; it was a gray dragon.
It was still ancient.
Yes, it was ancient. There's that, and NPCs, characters that you know from your past, whether it's love interests, former friends, family members, enemies, rivals. Feel free to include as many of those as you want. Each one of them's just a nice little hook for me to dig into.
You like him?
What's that?
Oh, Katie was talking to me.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, it's fine.
He needs to turn on push to talk, but he won't because he's a pain in the butt.
If I
I'm
do,
not
I'll
gonna say
never
nothing
talk.
because I'm like him. Like, nah, that push the button is too much because you go to talk and you forget to push the button.
Exactly.
Well, I sniff all the time, so if I had my on, you'd just be hearing me sniff all the time. So that'd be annoying.
As long as you don't mind me asking you to repeat what you just said, then. Because my hearing isn't the greatest, and I don't know, sometimes I just. Unless I'm paying attention, I very seldom actually understand what people say. So. As long as you don't mind me asking you to repeat it, do your thing.
I already did that earlier because I stopped paying attention, so it's all good.
So, is everyone excited about the game?
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Should be fun.
No, I am.
No,
I've
Sky.
been bugging you for months.
Sky isn't interested at all. At one point, I thought the guy was actually mad at me because I was taking too long.
Not mad. I don't really get mad.
Just disappointed.
Just disappointed.
Disappointed with a
got
very sharp edge.
when I got my Friday night game, my Saturday night game, my Sunday afternoon game, that I have a very specific ritual, and then all of a sudden my Friday night game disappears because an ancient white dragon kills my furbolg.
Gray dragon.
Ancient ancient bitch. Let's put it that way.
No, it was an ancient monk. There we go. Just monk dragon.
And honestly, the blame needs to go to freaking Kenny, because if he wasn't an OP monk, then she would have never been thought of.
That's not entirely true.
The win. Take the win.
Actually, you know what? It is kind of his fault because that character or that enemy was specifically made for Kenny. So, yeah, it is his fault. But we can also blame it on Agrius for not being there to be the damn healer.
Yes,
Very true.
that is a major yes.
The one person who's not at fault here is the DM because I wasn't trying to kill you guys. It just kind of happened. So I'm not at fault here at all.
Fault. You told him that he thought he was evil and needed to get hurt.
I'm sorry, say that again? It was my fault because what?
You told Elro you thought it was evil.
No, what I told Elro was that the song that she was humming was eliciting a very aggressive and hostile response in him. That was, however, after you guys were already approaching her to kill her.
That was after. Well,
Actually, we were discussing.
Which it was your idea to begin with.
That was after Kenny got his ass whooped by the true polymorph monk version, and before we were deciding whether we want, or while we were deciding whether we wanted to go attempt to finish her off now, or wait and rest and come back. And then it was, this is just eliciting a response in you that is not good, and you have a feeling from the dragon that you like that it would be okay with this dragon dying, or this entity dying. Oh, sweet. We should go kill it now.
And that didn't work out too well, did it?
You guys
No, it did not.
specifically told me you were going to. I mean, you guys were actually approaching her to attack her when I said that. So
No, we were still.
no, you were approaching her to attack her. I swear. We can actually go back and check the video because it's recorded, dude. I will do that. I will go back and check the damn video.
I have selective memory, and I don't think that happened, but if it happened, then, and it's recorded, then, fine.
I will go back and check the damn video. I recorded it all. My dad's just sitting here shaking his head at me. And he's like, how many times are you guys gonna argue over this?
This is one of those that'll be, 50 years from now, we're still doing the same thing.
Guys, where do you upload the picture for your character?
If you just send it to either, if you just send it to Norik in the direct messages, I'm just gonna straight out say that, he can upload the uploading of the picture itself isn't horrible, but it's kind of easy. But then he can do a token for you that looks amazing, because my tokens honestly kind of suck.
They don't suck. They just don't have the fancy. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I just put it in chat here?
That's fine. Just dump it in Discord chat.
Oh yeah, Katie put hers in there already.
That's cool.
Yeah, but that was a picture. I'm just gonna do the screenshot one instead. I thought I was sending that one to Sky, but obviously it was not.
You sent it to me both times. It's not.
Uh,
It's not in the lobby.
oh, I don't know what I'm doing then. Somebody's getting stuff.
It's in the Discord chat.
Must be with someone else because I'm not seeing it.
That's in the direct message to me. I can
Okay.
download
That's
it and share it.
that's cool.
It's in the
I can
Fate
send it.
Awaits. I can send it direct too.
Yeah, I'm sending it to you now.
Oh, there's actually a channel for Fate Awaits.
Yeah, I kept like I don't know what was going on.
Sorry, we just always put everything into the lobby. It never occurred to me that when did they add the channels for the voice channels?
Oh.
Apparently sometime
Oh, wow.
between
Okay.
March 27th because apparently Rogar sent a message to it on March 27th.
Yeah, I've never opened that in my life. Wow, that's
Well,
interesting.
Yeah, well, I'm going to delete everything in here, so since they just sent those to me directly.
Which one is Fate Awaits?
All right, I think I've got everything then except for backstory, right? That's all I need now.
I'm sorry, I was talking to my dad. What was that, Eric?
Everything I need now, right? Except for backstory.
Backstory, and I will take care of getting those pictures in to your character sheet and getting you guys some tokens.
All right.
I might send you guys some choices for token backgrounds, but I'm usually pretty good at picking them from what I read from the backstories. So I haven't had any complaints yet. So
All right. Sounds good.
I'm any good to complain?
did you guys hear my dad say that?
Yeah.
Oh, they heard you say that.
Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, if you guys don't like the background I choose, feel free to say something. It's usually just a matter of swapping in another frame once I've made the token. So once I get that far, it's really easy to change things because I do it all in layers so that I can change one layer without ruining the rest of it.
I'm uploading a document into the lobby in Discord which might help you guys on your backstory. Something I pulled off of, I don't know, I probably bought it or it came free on one of the weird websites that I look at. But it's called RPG Backstory Template, and it's just a small PDF that kind of asks you some questions to answer, which will kind of give you a basis of what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to do something like that with Kenny and his dad for what was the Margrave game, and I came up with like 2 pages worth of ideas, expecting them to cherry pick the ones they like. they sat there and made backstory that covered every single thing I suggested. So that kind of backfired on me. I mean, it worked. I didn't never really went into backstories very much in that game though, because that wasn't where it started. But I'm hoping to get into backstories a lot in this one. I think I did an okay job in Pact of the Lich. Sky would have to tell you.
I think you did a um, great job in most of the backstories I've yet. There's been a couple of little tidbits with me, but feel like we haven't fully enveloped my backstory yet.
Well, it has something to do with the fact that we're
Yeah, I know.
going to the Underdark once you take care of the cult. So, yeah. If you guys decide to keep playing, that is. I'm assuming you will, but
I hope so.
I mean,
I'm looking forward to that portion.
just as an FYI, I do plan to take a break after um, the cult has been taken care of.
No, not a lot.
Yeah, we're taking a break when the cult's been taken care of. Probably a fairly long one, like a couple months at least. Just just throwing that out there.
When the Colts get taken care of, you mean like the Indianapolis Colts? What are you talking about?
No,
Actual horse Colts?
Colt. Sorry, CULT.
Yeah,
E
Indianapolis Colts, or like, are you talking about an actual horse?
No, no.
CULT.
As in a
Oh,
religious
oh,
cult.
Religious cult.
oh, religious cult. I got you.
Like Texas. There we go.
Uh,
Okay.
You
our
hear me,
our
Kenny?
our, our Saturday night game is about a bunch of essentially it's cultists that are trying to bring back a lich or
Ah,
something along
gotcha.
that line. So we're trying to destroy this pact that is trying to restore this lich that tried 250 years ago to do this, and now we're the new group that's trying to do this.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it's been a long campaign, and they're level 19, and they're finally getting to the point, probably in the next 6 months or so, that they'll be coming up to the final combat of that. Well, I guess at this point it's that arc because they're planning to continue past that. But what would be the final combat of the campaign? And I'm assuming it'll
Most
happen sometime in the next 6 months.
most D&D games, and depending on where you look and how it is and everything else, a lot of stuff on like Reddit and whatnot, like a lot of D&D games don't last past level 10. Most games do not last up to the max level of level 20. And what we've kind of planned, what we were told to plan, was to plan on getting 10 levels past 20. So essentially hero or epic levels. Um, so kind of in a bit of part of my dying, um, when I died, they tried to resurrect me, and I failed my role miserably. And so White was like, okay, well, we can work this two ways, essentially. Like, Sky's dead, go create another character. And we'll try and figure out a way to bring them in. Or we can try and see, possibly, no guarantee that this is going to work, but we can see if there is a possibility that some other like miraculous way you can come back to life. And I'm like, yeah, I want to stick with Sky as much as possible. This is like my dream character. Like, let's go all the way with this. And he's like, okay, we can see. And he's like, you're drifting down. I'm a Drow Ranger, so I escaped to the Underdark. I got away from the goddess Lolth, the evil spider goddess, and she was pulling me down. And he had, and I wish it was recorded because it was so amazing.
Me too.
Um, he had it, like, he had this whole little speech out for me on how I was being pulled into death, and that I was going to serve her as a drider and blah blah blah, all this other stuff. And I said something along the lines of Maliki being my goddess. I was something along the lines um of by Maliki's grace I will end you, or something like that. And he's like, roll, and I don't remember if it was performance or intimidation or something like that, and I hit a freaking nat 20 on it. And he was like, and all of a sudden you see a light coming towards you as Maliki's bringing you back. And that kind of spawned the I'm coming back essentially as an avatar of Maliki, and I will become her paladin, and I am tasked with going down into the Underdark and either ending Lolth or ending Lolth's avatars, or doing something along that sort. It was
That's
really amazing when
exciting.
it was, yeah, it was super amazing when it happened. It was one of those
Nice.
ones where, like, every some every so often you get a crit, you get a nat 20 on something. Every so often you get a nat 1 on something, blah blah blah, whatever. But it was one of those where it's like perfect timing of getting that nat 20. Like,
Where you needed it.
I don't know what the DC was. I don't know if it was high or low. Could have been a DC 14. It could have been a DC 18. It could have been a DC 7. I have no idea. But getting the nat 20 in that exact moment was just like, wow.
It's Lord of the Rings and Gandalf and the Gates of Hell.
Very cool. Very cool.
And that's the kind of scenarios you get when you corner me and I don't get a chance to prepare.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna jet off. We done here?
Yeah, we are.
Pretty much.
Yeah, we're good. If you want to take off, you're welcome to. Just remember we have a game on Friday, or not next Friday, Friday after, 4th, on the
Sounds
4th.
good.
And if you want to get in touch with me, feel free to message me in Discord, or
All right.
talk to Sky or whatever.
All right. Thanks, guys. We'll see you on the 4th, if not earlier.
Okay, nice to meet you, Eric.
You too. Take care, Jeff. Take care, guys.
Yeah, man.
All right.
I showed my back.
What's that?
I was just talking. I showed my backstory.
Yeah, I see it there. I'm not gonna read it right now because honestly I am exhausted and I can't really concentrate on it.
All right.
So I will read it and get back to you. But
Okay.
yeah, but it is after 10 o'clock. We would normally be ending by now, so I'm gonna go ahead and call this session quits or finished, and pick it up on the 4th. Again, if you guys have any need to talk, contact me. Feel free to contact me through Discord, or you can contact Sky. He can do just about anything in Roll20 that I can. And he should be able to answer just about any question outside of lore questions. And I'm totally throwing him under the bus right now, I realize that. But I'm okay with that. So, I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go.
Is that like, hey, he kept pressing for this game, so I'm okay to, throw him under the bus?
If he has a problem with
Yeah,
you,
under
he'll just tell me.
breasts? I'm okay with being thrown under breasts.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
White's blushing.
No, I'm not blushing. I'm just like, yeah, I knew
There's
that was
nothing-
gonna come out somewhere. Anyway, if Sky has a problem with me throwing him under the bus like this, he'll just tell me to screw off. So.
Most likely not, but
Good. Yeah, he will.
But I also know that he loves being my assistant because he loves it when I use him as a sounding board for ideas. And I'm his assistant as well, so it kind of works out. It kind of works out.
yeah, I love helping create content and running by stuff and figuring other stuff out, and yeah.
Okay, so how many people are in this game, supposedly?
There are 6. Well, 7 including me.
Okay, gotcha. I thought there was 8 for some reason when I was riding the bus, because I was hearing. I thought there was 2 additional ladies and
Nope. Only one lady.
well, I know the husband and wife.
That's us.
Yeah, the like I said, when I was on the bus, it was like, okay, she met him through. She plays WoW with Sky, but they've known each other for 20 years, and I thought the playing with WoW was a different person than knowing Sky for 20 years.
Sure. I'm confused, but yeah.
Well, now
Yeah,
you know
that's
better.
right. It's the same person.
Yes. I've known her essentially my senior year of high school, or right after, or yeah. There was a time period where I was not working as much, and I was going back to the high school to see my old friends for lunch, and she was a freshman that year, so it was the year after. I've known her since then, and then later in life, I mean, we've been friends since, but like later in life, at some point after I left to go off to the circus, I came back. I started talking about World of Warcraft, and at that point, like, was it just Eric or was it both of you that was playing?
Um, Eric got me into it, so it was probably both of us playing.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because we were a horde, and you're like, you have to make an alliance.
Yeah. Because I would never go horde, and
I
now
know.
I'm
Now look
horde.
at you.
So are you guys on the same raiding parties now?
Yeah, I got her in the guild. They just made me an officer Monday.
Nice.
Yeah, we've known each other forever.
Oh man.
So what days do you play?
Rating is Sunday and Mondays.
Gotcha.
And currently we're just doing old content for like achievements or transmog gear or mounts and pets and all that kind of crap. I think they're planning on doing like current content once Dragonflight comes out, um, but it's a casual guild. It's not. It's never going to. I don't think they are big on like pushing in-game content.
So, no server first type thing. Gotcha.
Right.
But okay, I'm gonna go ahead and cut the recording now that your whole relationship has been broadcast to anyone who listens, watches, whatever.